Gentlemen and gents and ladies, welcome. Welcome to the Thursday night stream here on the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel. I am Mr. Warren Hayes, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. That's just how it goes. Welcome. Look, it's Thursday. I hope you are having just a lovely, lovely week so far. I really hope that you're having a wonderful time, and that you're excited for the weekend, and that you're excited for TNA on AMC debuting tonight. It is starting off with a bang. And we're going to be hanging out here. We're going to take our time. We're going to warm ourselves up. We're going to get ready. We're going to get into the mood. We're going to talk about, Jesus Christ, we're going to talk about so much contract news. So much fucking contract news. You have no idea. And yeah. Then we're going to wait till the programming geniuses at American Movie Classics decide to enthrall us with a brand new TNA Impact. Now, I want to make one thing clear to everyone, okay? Because I've got so many things, so many people, saying yuck, I'd rather put a gun in my mouth and shit like that, which is fine, okay? I understand. But here's the thing. You're all entitled to feel whichever way you want to feel about, the first edition of TNA Impact on AMC. It is to me, it is an important historical event for total nonstop action wrestling. Okay, it is a significant moment. It is the biggest television event that they've had in decades. Do we go back to, where do we go back to when they were on the Pop Network? Is that it? I'm trying to think back, or it definitely wasn't when they had to switch over from over to the Pursuit Network. That definitely wasn't it. And look, it doesn't cost me a thing. I'm not shelling out $50 for a pay-per-view to see anything. It's on TV. It's the easiest way for me to be a part of history. And I'm going in. I am going into this program tonight, this TNA show, and I promise you, okay, I'm being very sincere here. I'm going in with as open a mind as possible. All right, I'm going in as open-minded as possible. It would be Spike TV. That's right. I'm going in as open-minded as possible, and hoping that it's good. I'm hoping that, my preconceptions were completely wrong, and that we have a truly entertaining a truly entertaining evening of professional wrestling. I would be enchanted by that. I'm a pro wrestling fan, first and foremost. Now, does this mean that I am suddenly getting into does this mean that I am suddenly getting into TNA? That I'm going to start adding this to my rotation every week? Hell no. Not unless I see something tonight that absolutely blows my mind. Maybe the way the show is put together tonight and the end result has me sitting here slapping my desk going, Jesus Christ, Thursday cannot come fast enough. But I don't think that I am adding this into my rotation. But I do want to watch the show. I want to be able to talk about the show. I want to be able to give you my real deal, legitimate thoughts as we go along. Because there's going to be a bunch of people out there who are going to complain about the show and are not going to watch it. There's going to be, there's going to be the critics, some critics, not the critics. I'm a critic, or am I the critic? Because some people are just going to look at Twitter posts and clips, and they're going to make their mind up. I want the full experience. I want the full Monty. I want to see everything in context. I want to make sure that I don't miss a goddamn thing. That's why I'm here. That's why we're doing this. Yes, it's also for the memes. But because I'm assuming we're gonna have a couple. But TNA, man. TNA. You just can't get rid of it. It will never go away. No matter how hard you try. You just cannot get rid of it. So we'll enjoy it together, kids. We're going to have a nice time. I'm convinced we're going to have a nice time. Look, I'm pulling up right now, 2 hours ago on WrestleTix, updated attendance. 2,768 tickets were distributed at the Curtis Culwell Center in old Garland, Texas. I mean, it's not a disaster. It's not as if they've seated 700 people in the building. It's not a disaster. But there's a few things I'm looking forward to in this show. There's a few things that I'm looking for that I'm going to be watching out for. And one of the things that I'm looking to see is if they've upgraded their production in any way. That's something that's going to be interesting for me to see. Because, look, it's your first time in front of a whole new audience, right? This is what we've been talking about. First time in front of a whole new audience that you have to convince very quickly that you are worth their time. Their very, very precious waking hours. That you, the viewer, should contract some of those. Right? But they have to put their best foot forward. They really have to show up. And I'm not sure. And one of the things they have to do is have, a high level production. They have to have something that looks really good. Is it going to look really good? Is it something that's going to blow us away? Or is it going to look like TNA? And if it looks like TNA, well, then I wouldn't say that's your best foot forward. I'm just saying. And I mean, look here, you've got there's 3 matches on the card now, right? There's 3 matches. This is one of the reasons why I'm saying, right? This is one of the reasons why I'm saying that I'm going in with as open a mind as possible, because there's only 3 fucking matches announced on this 2-hour wrestling show. So I am not looking forward to 90 minutes of angles and nonsense and promos and, fucking, what's his name? The guy is a snake puppet guy, Salvatore Dominguez. What? I can't remember his name for the life of me. But you know who I'm talking about, the goofy guy. You already know. Santino Marella just came to me. I don't want 3 hours. I don't want 90 minutes of Santino Marella. I want Yeah, you guys know what I want in my pro wrestling. You know what I like in my pro wrestling. If we're just going to sit around and do angles to set up the fucking pay-per-view that they have this weekend, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in this, and it's going to turn me off, and it's going to turn a bunch of people off. I don't know. I wouldn't have set the first show on the eve of a pay-per-view, where clearly you have to set up things for the pay-per-view and normally a go-home show, that's what you do, but you're also trying to serve another clientele. And the other clientele is the audience that is tuning in for the first time and you want to captivate. Right? I don't think it was a very wise idea. We'll see how it goes. I can't stress this enough. I want to go into this with as much of an open mind as possible, but I know TNA is making it really, really hard. And AJ Styles showing up is not going to do that. It's not going to help me get more excited because, WWE obviously sent AJ Styles over when as a gift, as a please forgive me gift for taking Leon Slater off of the card, right? Let that sink in for a second. I don't know if you heard, right? But they took Leon Slater off the card because WWE yoinked in, came, grabbed him and said, we need this guy on our UK tour coming up. I don't know if you heard this. And that's fucking insane. Like, even if regardless of everything, and I'm going to say hello to everyone in the chat just in a second. Just give me a second. Let me finish this rant and then I'll shine some light on all of you in the chat, you beautiful people. It's wild when you think that this promotion, which is supposed to be its own entity, right? It's not owned by WWE. It's not a subsidiary. It's not WWE TNA like it's WWE AAA in Mexico, right? It's still TNA. It's still supposed to be its thing, but Carlos Silva is so subservient to his masters that they come in and they say, we need Leon Slater. We need Leon Slater over on our card, and he goes, yes, sure, absolutely, and just lets him go on the opening night where you would need the guy, right? And don't forget Myron Reed. It was said that he was absolutely okay with finishing up his last engagement with TNA. It's not even on him. He was absolutely fine with saying, you know what, I'll wrap up my thing with TNA and we'll be good. But no, they decide to pull the whole thing because WWE needs Slater over in the UK. That's preposterous, folks. That's absolute nonsense. That's bending the knee. Can you believe this? Can you believe this kind? Carlos Silva is already lull TNAing it up, and the show hasn't even started. They cannot not fucking embarrass themselves. And this is how this match has to be remembered moving forward. It has to be remembered as the match that TNA bent the knee on to their WWE TKO masters. Because they could have slotted in anyone else to fight Slater. They could have got anyone else to fight Leon Slater, but no, they couldn't. They can't, because the bosses require Slater's presence in the UK. Anyway, best I get this stuff out first. Let's head on over here. Say hello to some people. Fuck your mama. Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Will Davis, nice to see you too. Will Davis also happens to be a member of the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel. It's good to see you, Will. Lull TNA engaged. We're locked in, baby. AW1, nice to see you. Also member of the channel. Yo, dog, I hear you like action, so we made that action total and non-stop. That's fun. Boris, nice to see you and welcome to the chat. And as well as Carlos over there, Sports and Things Show. Nice to see you. Hassan USA Network Gamer Terrell. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna call you Hassan moving forward. Nice to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome to the chat. Obscurity Knox, nice to see you too. Welcome, Warren TNA enthusiast Hayes. That's slander. You don't throw that around willy-nilly. It's dangerous. Mr. Antox, nice to see you too, and welcome. I did not forget that the show started at 9 p.m. I'm not gonna start a stream and then dive right into a watch party, folks. That's bad form. That's like inviting people over to a Super Bowl party, but inviting them at kickoff. That doesn't make any sense. You don't do that. You don't invite people to a party at the exact moment the party's going to start. You say, come on over at so on and so forth. That's how civilized people do it anyway. Silver Apocalypse, nice to see you and welcome to the chat. Also is a member of the channel. Might be a decent show, but I doubt it goes far over the top that it blows people away. That's kind of, I'm hoping I'm hoping at the least it is a decent show. Byron Cutler, nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Reports are saying out of left field debut. What, Chris Jericho? There's no way we're doing Chris Jericho on TNA. Let's be real. Look, I'm excited to see it. We'll see what happens, right? EC3 would not be an out of left field debut. It'd be a return. It'd be a return. Braun Strowman, I guess. I don't know. WWE main doesn't want him anymore, so they want him for his cooking, his food show though. That made monster ratings, and USA's renewing it, so good for him. Chris Jacobs, nice to see you as well, and welcome. You're the OG Chris Jacobs. How about that? Patrick, nice to see you and welcome. Also a member of the channel. It is nice to see you. Fightful saying Macklin isn't backstage. Sure, I believe it. Miggy O'Cannon, nice to see you as well. Welcome to the chat. Also a member of the channel, Miggy. Anyone find it weird how little of a media bliss there has been for this monumentally important show? Not even Silva going on podcasts or making the rounds, not even a busted open appearance. LOL TNA. What else do you want from me? No, but the media has been a bust. There's two quotes that I've heard. There's two quotes that I've heard going around since they started doing media, where I'm like, these both sound weird. One from Mike Santana, where he's basically saying, people shouldn't, people in TNA shouldn't be working the indies, or why are you working the indies when you could be working TNA? Something to that effect, right? Something like that. And then Dana Brooke, Ash by Elegance, basically, all cozy and comfy from her retirement, saying that not, of course there's going to be cuts to TNA. Not everyone can make it in this business. Sometimes you have to trim the dead fat, she says. This fucking rich comment coming from fucking Dana Brooke, from all the way in her cozy retirement where she doesn't have to lift a finger anymore. Fucking Dana Brooke, whose career highlight was flirting with Dave Bautista on Twitter. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, I'd shut the hell up. Kristen Ashley is also here. Hello, darling. Nice to see you and welcome to the chat. How you doing? So you're comparing this to the Super Bowl? Yes. That's exactly what I said. TNA's bringing back 3 count. Collar tug. Let's Watch Some Wrestling is also here. The whole gang's here. Holy smokes. The whole gang, a whole bunch of new faces. How you doing? Let's Watch Some Wrestling also happens to be a member of the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel. Heading in a little bit, but pop in to say hi. Well, hello. Very nice to see you. Thank you very much for popping in. All right, we're already 20 minutes in. And I do have some stuff that I'd like to talk about. There is some stuff I'd like to talk about before we get into stuff. So there is some stuff I want to get into before the fucking show starts. Christ, Warren. But yeah, listen, I got the perfect solution to get y'all hype, to get you ready, to get you all like extra into it. And yeah, and on top of that, Obscurity Knox has become a member of the channel. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Become a member of the channel. That's tremendous. We're all excited. We're all hyped. And so is our boy Jacques Moliere.
How you doing, everybody? I'm Jacques Moliere. Just let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a nunchuck master.
That's
I
right.
represent NWA, Mountain State Wrestling. Hoo-yah!
Hoo-yah! Maybe this is the guy who's going to show up out of left field. This is my official prediction. If there's a left field debut happening on TNA Wrestling tonight, it's going to be Jacques Moliere. That's it. That's it. Especially now that we figured out that old Jacques, his family vacation to Disney World was like 5 years ago. And then we figured that bit of lore out. He's available. Bring the nunchucks into the impact zone. Exactly. Y'all see the vision. You see the vision. Gets into the ring. Hoo-yah! And if he doesn't show up for Impact, he'll show up for Maple Leaf Wrestling. The big comeback tour for Jacques Moliere 2026. If Jacques Moliere hits the out of left field debut, we may lose Warren for good. My heart might not handle it. And you guys know how fucking fragile my heart is. That might, you know that. Oh boy. Thank you everyone for being here, by the way. And if you haven't already, and I know most of you haven't, leave a like on this stream. We've got a good house tonight. I'm very happy. Excited that people are gonna jump in and join. 35 minutes to go before the big debut of TNA on AMC. And this is the docket that I have prepared. It's mostly, not just mostly, it is all contract stuff. And there's even a few things that don't necessarily appear here that we can talk about as well. So this is where we're at. So let's start. Let's go right ahead. Excuse me for a second here. I'm already super excited. I'm already ready to go. Viper Vices, nice to see you. And welcome. Okay, so let's see here. Let's start things off. Let's start things off with some fresh contract news. I mean, folks, let's be real here. The contract season this year, 2026, has been quite a ride. up and down, exciting stuff. It feels like every day there's something new. It feels like there's always something else happening. There's something new going on. There's someone that's leaving, someone that's not being renewed, there's always something happening. And that's exciting. That's good because, that makes good content for us. The content creators, the podcasters, the discussers, and all of that. So let's start by chatting about which I believe is the biggest news I think to be around right now in contract season, and that is the free agency, or at least as temporary as it is, of Powerhouse Hobbs. Sean Ross Sapp reported yesterday, on January 14, during the broadcast of AEW Dynamite, that Powerhouse Hobbs' contract was up at midnight yesterday. And he also said in his report that, and this had been rumored for a couple of weeks, I think at this point, or at least since last week, Sean reported that, or at least continued saying that WWE was expecting him to go to their shores, to end up being a part of the company. And last week, I think even Dave Meltzer had said that they were very high on him, and we talked about that. I believe even on Stream Monday, I think, but I can't remember exactly. But we did talk about it. We did just mention it, and I sort of lifted my arms and said, "Well, why wouldn't you not be interested? Be very high on Powerhouse Hobbs, right? It's like you're supposed to be the market leader. You're supposed to have all of these scouts, these great eyes for talent. Well, yeah, you should be. You should be looking out for Powerhouse Hobbs. So he's been. So that was in the news. That was in the news, and then that was in the news. That was reported by Sean Ross Sapp yesterday, and then we had a little. We had some extra news earlier today. Today being January 15. The day we're recording this, on Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer gave an update on Powerhouse Hobbs departing AEW and heading to WWE. Meltzer notes that WWE has been expecting to add Hobbs to the roster for a while. This is what Dave had to say, quote, "With Hobbs, WWE had expected that they had Hobbs for actually quite a while. I know that they thought that the match last Wednesday was going to be his last one, but he actually did a match, I believe, on Collision. That will air on Saturday, so that will be his last match. His contract actually expires today, basically at midnight, right? Midnight on the 15th. But yeah, WWE expected him to go there. AEW made an offer. He turned down the AEW offer, wanted to go to WWE. We'll see. For some people, it's the right move. For some people, it isn't. That's goddamn Dave. That's some analysis for you. that is some that is some analysis right there. Though WWE has been anticipating Hobbs' arrival, Meltzer speculates that Tony Khan keeping Hobbs on television means that AEW was not certain he would be leaving until recently. Here's another quote from Dave here. Tony liked him and everything, and he was professional. Tony didn't take him off TV, so that tells me he didn't know he was going. But like I said, WWE, they were pretty confident. They've had him for months, really. So that's the overall gist of it. And I think we've also pretty much all heard at this point that not only Hobbs decided to go to WWE and turn down AEW's offer, but he turned down AEW's much more lucrative offer. Apparently a six-figure deal was not sufficient to keeping Powerhouse Hobbs in the company. The so essentially, this is ultimately the thing here. What's happening right now, basically, with Hobbs is he just wanted to go to WWE, and he's clearly had his mind set on it for a while. And I'm not quite sure what happened here, because you know, and I know that Tony Khan has a tendency to keep people who are leaving for WWE off of his. They have a tendency to keep these people off of his television on the way to while they're on the way to WWE. He has a tendency to take them off TV. And he didn't do that with Hobbs. Hell, he had him wrestling right to the very last minute. Although, there is a precedent that exists with Andrade. So, it's not necessarily unusual that Tony has done this, that he's kept the guy on TV. But you maybe have an impression here, right? That maybe you have an impression that Hobbs, that Tony Khan was convinced that he was going to be able to hang on to Hobbs. Maybe he felt really confident that he was able to convince him to stay and not go to WWE. But clearly Hobbs has had his sights set on doing WWE, which, quite frankly, is okay. I can't blame him. Like, I can't blame the guy for doing it. There are circumstances in which I've mocked pro wrestlers for taking less money and sort of, hanging on to the dream of WWE, right? Because WWE right now, laughing all the way to the bank, signing this guy here for less money than he was getting offered for AEW, and they're like, ha ha ha. And all they really had to offer him outside of the money was a dream, was, a moment, a WrestleMania moment, whatever it is. Hobbs was clearly invested in whatever they had to offer outside of the money. And again, I've poked fun at Stephanie Vicaire. I've poked fun at Mariah May for doing this. I find myself having a little more difficulty doing this with Hobbs, because Hobbs has been a mid-carder all throughout. I think he perceives himself as a guy who can shine a little more than how AEW was treating him, and I don't blame him. I don't necessarily think he was poorly treated, but you would think that a guy with that kind of size would have maybe a little more presence on television. Maybe Tony didn't quite know exactly what to do with him. I couldn't tell you exactly. The point is that this guy wanted to go to WWE, and he wanted to, and at this point he's like, look, if I take the bigger deal and I decide to stay with AEW and I remain in the exact same spot, what the fuck am I doing? For him, the money is wasn't necessarily what he needed to pass up. He wanted to go test the water somewhere else. He wanted to see, look, my ceiling in this company is here. Will my ceiling become higher elsewhere? We'll go check. And I have less of a problem with that than, let's say, Mariah May, who is a star in one place, and a truly appreciated top star in the division, heading off and taking less money than when she was doing so that she can live her WWE dream. Same thing with Stephanie Vicaire, who was, for all intents and purposes, for American audiences, a completely unknown commodity. And she decided to take less money to go to WWE. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's working out for her. I'm not saying that it's not working out. But I have a tendency to sort of scoff at that type of situation a lot more than Hobbs, who has clearly hit a ceiling and wants to wants to head to WWE to test out the waters, even if he's going to be paid less. That's fine. The thing that bugs me is that TKO has these people squeezed by the balls. Then, because then they're like, well, look, we will offer you less than your former employer. And if you don't want that deal, well, you can go back and work for your former employer. We're not going to stick around here and try to negotiate with you. You're just, a mid-card guy. This is the money we're going to pay you. Take it or leave it type of thing. So that still sucks, That's something that stinks. Because this is never forget, this is $1 billion company that should be able to, in fact, that is able, not just should, but is able to pay big time salaries for these wrestlers. Is 100% able to do that. So, look, I can't blame the guy for packing it up and heading elsewhere. As I also like to say often, movement in pro wrestling is good. It's important. And this is a guy who can take advantage of it. A guy like Hobbs, who has clearly hit his ceiling in AEW, and then maybe we'll see how it turns out. But maybe in WWE, at the very least in WWE, he has the opportunity to come in and start with a clean slate and see how far he's able to go. And maybe he will come back to AEW one day. Maybe it won't work out. Who knows? At least he went out and tried, and you can't take that away from him, right? That's just as simple as that. And that's good. I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, well, he's better off going to WWE because they know how to handle big men," right? And I would say that for a while, this was the truth. This was a true statement that you could head over to WWE. That if you head over to the WWE, it was the land of the giants, was the big guys, and Vince loved his big guys and knew how to book his big guys. I don't think that's the case anymore, though. I don't think that's true anymore. I think that WWE now is not as receptive because, look, they ended up firing Braun Strowman. They don't know what to do with Omos, right? They're still, they sent him to Noah. They bring him back. Now they're having him do AAA. Like they don't know what to do with him. And now they're zeroing in on Obafemi, who is like the only guy that they're pushing as a big, huge, imposing, strong dude, right? Because again, they have a guy like Jeff Cobb. Don't know, Jeff Cobb's nothing special. JC Mateo, pardon me. So yeah, I think there was a time that was true, but I don't think this is the truth anymore. I don't think that's the thing anymore. Anyway. Hobbs clearly betting on himself, deciding that, money is not the main driver here. He wants to raise his ceiling. He wants to raise his profile. And maybe he'll just go to WWE and prove everyone wrong that, didn't want him to pierce through the ceiling that had been set out for him, or it'll just be a bad decision that he'll regret. We'll have to see. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. To be continued, but yeah, I mean, that was very surprising. Now, by the way, do I think like this is this huge detrimental loss to AEW? No, I don't. I think it's kind of unfortunate because I think that Hobbs does have upside. How much upside? I don't know. People saying, oh, he could have been world champion. I don't know. But I think he definitely had something that was extremely different for the AEW roster, which is mostly made up of slimmer, more, slimmer, fit dudes, not these big jack guys. Hobbs stood out because of that. Hobbs was absolutely remarkable because of that. So, I can't tell you, or at least I don't think he was world championship material. I don't think he was a top guy, but he could probably, get up there. I think there was more blood to squeeze from this stone, quite frankly. I don't think it's a fumble. I don't think it's one of these things where it's like, oh my God, like this isn't a Cody. It's not a CM Punk. It's not as if Hangman Page suddenly decided to go to WWE or Swerve or, we should all calm our collective tits here. And look, he's going to do the same pattern that most of these AEW transplants have done. Is like he's going to come in and he's going to get a nifty little push for a couple of weeks, depending on how much reaction he gets, and then he's going to meld into the rest until they truly find something to do with him. That's how it's going to work. Is he going to main roster? Is he going to NXT? Is he going to AAA? I don't know what the plan is. We'll find out soon enough. I mean, look, they might even plant him in the Rumble. Who knows, right? We'll see here. Remember when him and Ospreay were Big Willie and Little Willie? Yes. The thing that bugs me is that if he really does go to the main roster, what would make him stand out from the likes of Obafemi, who the company is really getting behind? I mean, Obafemi absolutely has the push right now, right? He's their guy. So I couldn't tell you with complete certainty. I don't know. Rusev getting punked out by Dom twice. That's an excellent point. To be frank to Hobbs, he was under the wing of Mox, then Taz, then QT Marshall, then Don Callis, then Joe. I mean, they tried, I think is the point you're trying to make. And you're not wrong. Jason, nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. I really think Hobbs is getting sent straight to NXT. Oh man, he's gonna find it rough if that's the case. He's gonna find that one rough. Speaking of NXT, since we're on the topic of WWE and stuff, NXT announces the signings of Vanity Project, Keanu Carver, and Eli Knight, which is really funny. I think Eli Knight is really funny because Eli and Knight, I feel, refers to LA Knight because Eli was the first name of LA Knight's former in-ring name, which was Eli Drake, if you recall. And now it's LA Knight, so it's really like a combination of both. Anyway, before Tuesday's episode of NXT, it was announced that several talents have signed the Vanity. Several talents have signed. It was announced that several talents have signed. That's a weird sentence. That's very poorly written there. John. There were several talents that were signed to NXT deals this Tuesday. The Vanity Project, which is Jackson Drake, Brad Baylor, and Ricky Smokes, along with Eli Knight and Keanu Carver. They all got NXT deals. And Drake was a WWE ID talent and is the current Evolve champion, who was paired with Baylor and Smokes on Evolve. The trio has made multiple appearances on NXT. Smokes and Baylor were under WWE ID deals and wrestled as Swipe Right. Knight began wrestling in 2018 and joined the ID program last October. Last month, he lost to Tavion Heights in the #1 Contenders Tournament for a shot at the Men's Speed Championship. Can you imagine? Carver was a defensive tackle at Temple. Before embarking on a career in professional wrestling, he attended the WWE tryouts over WrestleMania 38 week in Texas and made his NXT debut that same year and was part of the breakout tournament in 2023, losing to Riley Osborne in the opening round. I don't know who these people are, but since we're talking about contracts and people being added to rosters and whatnot, I wanted to point this out. So cheers to all of these goofballs. Congratulations on their NXT contracts. Rick South, nice to see you. Pal, friend, welcome to the chat. Also nice to see you, Terry Fabulous. Hobbs debuting at the Rumble, staring at Cody while Corey Graves goes, oh, there's some elite history between these two. That's excellent. You absolutely have a future in for writing professional wrestling. Holy shit, it's already like 1:45. Well, we have time to go through all of these. Let's keep going. The other big news, now let's say we move over to we were talking about WWE moves. Let's talk about some AEW moves. The Rascals were confirmed to have been signed to AEW as of last night's edition of AEW Dynamite, the Maximum Carnage show. The four-man faction made up of Trey Miguel, Zachary Wentz, Myron Reed, and Desmond Xavier has departed the TNA roster and signed with AEW as confirmed on Wednesday night. Shortly after, a report from Fightful Select noted that all four wrestlers had inked a deal with AEW. The promotion ran a graphic on Dynamite promoting that the Rascals are quote-unquote coming soon. And this is the graphic right here with the... There we go. With the mushroom. Y'all see this mush? Have they, you know, in a lot of circumstances, people like when their characters evolve. They like it when their professional wrestlers evolve from their previous personas. So I'm looking at this, and does this mean that the Rascals now no longer do weed but have moved on to mushrooms? Is this the gimmick here? Is this the evolution of the Rascals? Their next step. Anyway, good for them, and they have the Mickey Mouse hand here as well. Tremendous stuff. This has been like a bit of a twisty turny thing, right? Because PW Insider's Mike Johnson reported that those that he spoke to believed that the Rascals, including Myron Reed, and I think this was like on Tuesday or even Wednesday, I think on Tuesday, I don't quite remember the timeline, but he had found out that they were no longer contractually bound to the promotion, right? And then a few hours after the PW Insider report, Sean Ross Sapp on Twitter stated that Myron Reed was never under a contract there. And then according to Johnson's report, Zachary Wentz and Trey Miguel had deals that expired at the end of 2025, and TNA did not pick up their options for the year. And Desmond Xavier, who returned to the company after being given the boot by WWE in October 25, was working without a contract. So you had all these guys running around and they were either on the verge of no longer having a contract or didn't even have one in the first place. And I mean, it's a career. Like this little bit here fits perfectly into their career, quite frankly, right? Because it's been these guys together, right, and separate and whatnot. It's been really, really wild. If I got my timeline correct here, 2018, Wentz and Xavier and Miguel and Reed, they formed the Rascals, right? This is in 2018. When Xavier and Miguel, they debut on Impact Wrestling shortly thereafter. Then in November 2020, the trio leave Impact Wrestling. Then in December 2020, Xavier and Wentz signed with WWE while Miguel went his own separate way, right? Miguel then returned in January 2021, like a month later. He returned to Impact Wrestling. Meanwhile, Xavier and Wentz become Wes Lee and Nash Carter, right? What was the MSK? And then they win tag team gold a couple of times. Then April 2022, Nash Carter, right? Zachary Wentz, he gets released from WWE because of an unfortunate picture that was that was floated on the internet and got people really, really upset. And if you don't know what it is, go Google it. And it turns out that it's not as savage as people thought it was. Anyway, so he was released, and then Wentz on the independent circuit reunited the Rascals with Miguel and Reed. Then Wentz goes to Impact Wrestling in 2023. Then in mid-2024, Wentz and Miguel reunite with Lee in WWE before Lee turned on the Rascals to feud with them. And that was his big heel turn, if you remember that. Then at the end of 2024, Reed departs the stable, then returns in mid-2025, which, this is like back and forth stuff. Then Lee is released by WWE. He becomes Desmond Xavier again, reunites with the Rascals in November 2025, and in January 26, right here, all four of them reunite. Boom, they're on Dynamite. They're in AEW. They get teased on Dynamite. That's just wild. Like that is a crazy ass career between us all. That's just nuts. I mean, it's just completely all over the place. Anyway, I think this is a pretty good pickup. I think this is a good pickup. In the vein of, AEW liking to put on multi-person party matches, right? This is what they fit right in here. They 100% fit absolutely right into this situation. So if that's what they want to get into, right? If WWE, if AEW is investing, so to speak, in these high flyers that can have multi-man matches, these crowd pleasers. I mean, these guys that's exactly what they do, the X Division and so on and so forth, and the tons of scrambles that they've been on the indies. Like, this is what they're for, right? Do I think like it's a game changer pickup for AEW? No, I don't think so. But I'll tell you what I think this is, though. I think this is Tony Khan, and along with the other people that he's been picking up, like, Jake Doyle specifically, I think all of this kind of has to do with him firing some shots at TNA, where he's going like, hey, you know what? You guys want to come on cable TV? You want to come pick up a share? You want to come pick up a share of this market? You want a slice of the pie? Well, you're going to have to play with the big boys here. You're going to have to start hanging with people who are already on this territory and who know how to play it. Yesterday, between these announcements and the others that we're going to talk about, Tony Khan just completely obliterated the attention in regards to TNA versus what he was doing. And do not think that this was not calculated. Do not think that these dual contract announcements that we're going to get to were completely, fortuitous and just happened out of nowhere. This was all planned. And if he wants to play that game, all the more power to him. He's had that game played to him more often than not. He should be able to play this. He should be able to hop onto the same type of territory and lay some smack down as well. I'm completely for this. And he should do it more. Like, that's basically what he's saying. He's taking over the attention with all of these, all this attention, right? I was listening to Joe Lanza earlier today, And Joe says, he speculates as to whether or not, considering the timing, right? Just the timing, would Tony Khan at any other moment in the year, would he have picked up the Rascals? And, Joe basically says, probably not. But considering that these are TNA guys who were on TNA just a couple of weeks ago, and that the show is starting the very next day, Joe's speculating to say, well, he brings in the Rascals, he brings in the Jake Doyle, and the impression that this gives is that people are fleeing, they're jumping away from TNA, even though TNA is on the cusp of starting on AMC, like entering an entire new era with a much wider potential audience. Despite that, they're jumping off. They're jumping off. I don't hate that theory. I don't know if I agree with it, but I don't hate it. I don't know if Tony would have never picked up the Rascals if it wasn't for this particular timing. But the idea, the perception, right? Because everything is perception. Even Matt Hardy told us it doesn't matter whether TNA is truly the number 2 promotion or not. It's a question of perception, right? So he was saying, so the idea is the perception would be that TNA, that wrestlers from TNA are jumping ship just as they being TNA, are about to jump into a really successful era. Like the biggest debut, TV debut that they've had in years, in a decade. So interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I mean, I like this pickup. I think, is it controversial to say that I think the Rascals are a good pickup? I think it'll be interesting at the very least. They'll debut next week. We'll see where they fall. I think they're a perfect fit for Collision, quite frankly. I think they're perfect for AEW's pure wrestling show. Just giving a little different style. The guys running around doing high flying flips and stuff like that. I think, why not? Don't tell anyone on Blue Sky about Zachary Wentz's unfortunate picture. Don't let Blue Sky find out. Johnny, nice to see you and welcome. And D. Owens, nice to see you as well. Also a member of the channel on top of that. Pedro the Fifth, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. And Wrestling Roulette. Nice to see you and welcome to the chat. I believe, folks, it is time to switch over to TNA Wrestling, I believe. I think this is where we're at.
And you know what? The case is closed. That was the best damn series in the history of wrestling.
I believe it is. Turn on your programming. Look, we're not going to finish the whole contract stuff. I had a whole bunch of other contract stuff to talk about.
It may contain themes that are not suitable for everyone.
We'll do that later. We'll do it another time. I'm going to cut the audio so that I don't get stricken off the internet. No, I'm not sharing any copyrighted material. We're gonna jump in now, folks. We're gonna jump in and do this. You'll notice that the first 2 wrestlers that they showed up with the Hardy Boys, which is what they should do, because no one knows who Eric Young is. No one knows who Moose is. Or Eddie Edwards. Are you ready for this? They're a family. They're a family outfit, folks. Jason Sterlacci. Nice to see you. Welcome. I am full on moose. Wasn't exactly the moose I was talking about, but hey. So, you know, it's funny, right? I wouldn't be starting my wrestling show with a 2-minute sizzle reel. That's just me. I'd be like, all right, let's hit. You can do a little intro, of course, but get to the ring ASAP, because all of this is the same bullshit you see everywhere else, which is fine. Oh, they have the crane? Curtis Colwell seems pretty full. Oh, and here comes AJ. Here comes... The stage is new, right? The setup is new, folks. Can anyone in the chat confirm this to me? Why aren't they playing music? Why aren't they doing anything? So it's new, right? Because it turns out it's just like every other stage in professional wrestling. It's just big screens. It's like, isn't it like, it's like the NXT one, right? Where it's just like one big video board with the entrance, right? With the video board behind the entrance. That's essentially it. It's essentially the same thing. So, you know, it's like, okay, well, it looks like every other promotion, but I mean, I guess you have to do it to look big time, to look to come across as seriously, I guess. You know, I mean, I'm a guy who prefers a little difference. I like things being done differently. It's like when AEW introduced their new stage setup for 2026. I was like, what's so interesting about it? It's just video screens again. It's always the same thing everywhere. Is he in gear? No, he's in slacks, right? Oh, he's not wrong. This is the house that he built. Bigger, better, bolder. Is he landscaping or is he boulder? A big rock? What? The TNA Nation? Couldn't we just call it the TN Nation? Right? I think it's kind of embarrassing that they start with a WWE star. And then they cut to a video package? No. Or the intro? That was a cold open? Hey. I'm not sure this is a great way to start. I'm not into it. Because I'm ready tonight. I'm ready tonight. Are you into it? Because I'm ready tonight. Parking lot's empty. There's 3 loiterers in the parking lot. You know, it's like... Okay, so we're running. They got rebelled. Elias was he wasn't. Elias was not always in TNA. He's an NXT guy. But then when they picked him up some time ago, a couple of years ago or something. Who are the fucking goofballs behind the Hardys? Who the fuck is Justin Lyons? Oh, they're influencers. It's cringe. Hey, it's Fuckface Tom. How's he? How he doing? I've spoken in the past to Drama King Matt. Very nice guy. Loves whiskey. Everlasting Tour, nice to see you and welcome. Hello to you. Has it been a shit show? It just started. It's been 9 minutes and we haven't had a single wrestling move performed yet. So this is definitely a WWE setup here. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that they had like Elijah come out with his guitar, and then they have an actual guitarist come out to do the shred the solo, right? The four. Is Elijah a cowboy? Is that his thing now? Is he a cowboy? Stringing up the brown man, and dragging him behind his horse? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, he just likes horses. All right. I like horses too. That's fine. Order 4. All right, here we go. Finally, it's 9/11 Eastern. At least, yeah, and this is when the wrestling actually starts. I think I might be behind a few people watching live here. I guess my Canadian maple syrup stream is a little syrupy. Where's Perez? Right? Where is Perez Hilton? Where is Perez Hilton? He was very excited to be a part of the show. Okay, this is kind of dopey. Why did that? See, this is essentially what bothers me with the 21 Plex is that why did the two other guys stay in that position to let Elijah do the superplex? Excellent. We're going to the commercial. Fantastic. Yeah. All right. All right. It's a new era. This is making, I mean, this is exactly what WWE fans are used to, right? Just a little, they saw the exciting entrances. They saw the influencers. And then there was a bit of wrestling, and now commercial. I mean, I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me. It's hard for me to get into the mind of a casual fan, right? Someone who's just flipping around and say, "Oh, wrestling! I haven't watched wrestling in a while." And if you do this, does this compel you to stay? Like me, it's a hard no. Me, I'm like, okay, no, there's nothing going on. Plus the Hardys in 2025, that doesn't get my blood pumping. But maybe a casual fan goes, hey, it's Jeff Hardy, the Hardy Boys. Those guys are cool. And maybe they stick around for these commercials after. I don't know. In America, we got a Car Shield ad with LA Knight and Ric Flair. Well, I've got this on the Sportsnet, so I've got the PWHL ad right now for the Women's Professional Hockey League. And we also have a TNA shop, TNAmerch.com ad, which has Matt Cardona and Trey Miguel, Joe Hendry Bendies. Tremendous stuff. Great, just great shit. Just great shit. And a Shreddy's commercial. There is nothing that screams Canada more than me than a primetime commercial for Shreddy's breakfast cereal. That is pure Canada right there. Oh, this is taking a while. Good whole wheat Shreddies folks are saying, yeah, I mean, yeah, I hate Shreddies. I find like eating Shreddies is like biting into shrapnel. It's not a pleasant experience, and and it probably tastes the same as shrapnel. There's no flavor to Shreddies. Oh, you got to add fruit on it and whatnot. I should not be working harder to make your cereal taste good. Your cereal should taste good, and then I add things on top of it to enhance it, right? I should not be going and doing all the work to make your cereal taste good. You have to give me a base on which to work with, brother. JD, nice to see you. Welcome. McCain Fries is my go-to Canadian commercial. Fucking right, brother. Those are classics. You can't go wrong with McCain. I like a good McCain super fry. McCain crinkle super fry. Not the super fries. McCain crinkle fries are fantastic. That's my go-to. The super fries, it depends. The Cavendish Farms has a super fries competitor equivalent, and I find those are better. They taste more potatoey. Oh Christ, that bump Ali took. Holy fuck. That buckle shot. Jesus Christ. Crowd is hot. Dark Winds? What the fuck is a Dark Winds? What is that? What is a dark? I've never heard of this show. Why are we plugging Night Patrol? I don't understand what's going on. Why are we plugging movies and TV shows while there is wrestling going on? All right. Shouldn't there have been a ref bump on that? Shouldn't the ref be like completely out of it at this point? I don't know. The pace of this match so far is pretty fun. Bix is saying AMC Plus is not able to handle the live stream video quality wise. Wait, it's being broadcast on... Oh, AMC Plus. Okay. Oh, well. Oof. His full back landed on that one. That could not have felt good. Good opener. What do you want? Like, you know, good opener, good pace. The whole bit of it was to get the crowd invested. You send out the Hardys. They have a crowd pleasing match. They get the win. They do their stuff. Jeff is in makeup. There you go. And what? 3.25 star match? Absolutely fine, right? Agent Zero. Oh, here they start doing. Here's where they start setting up angles for the pay-per-view, right? This is what I said at the start of the stream, where TNA has an issue here, where they have to show off for the new potential audience that they have, but they also have to set up angles for their pay-per-view this weekend. Like, it's also a go-home show. So we're going to see a bunch of angles and nonsense. What does he have? Padlock? All right. We're pulling a Randy Orton here. Tear your lobe. I dare you. I double dare you. Hey, J.K. Schwal, nice to see you and welcome. Member of the channel, it's great to see you. Can I confirm or deny that I'm the out of left field surprise? I can, yeah, like I'm actually streaming from a studio at the Curtis Caldwell Arena right now. That it looks exactly like my usual office where I stream. We recreated it over there, so I'm currently just waiting for my cue, which, you know, it's like, all right, I got you, production guy. Just waiting for the cue. All right. Yes, Mike Santana. The last time they did the padlock in the ear thing, or at least that they toyed with Jeff Hardy's ear holes with Randy Orton a couple of years ago. Can't remember the show exactly, but that's when they did it. Ooh, big sloppy kiss. Ooh. What was that? Bigger, badder, bolder. You think we might get Frankie and AJ at the pay-per-view at the Genesis show? I don't know. Chat, let me know, what do you think so far? Let me know, how is TNA doing so far? We are 24 minutes in. How good is it? You enjoying it? Like, in all fairness, like the first match was pretty good. Good pace. You know, nothing to blow your mind, but you know, it's like, that was all right. But of course, like, it took 10 minutes to actually get to a match, to actually have some wrestling. It's like I said at the start of the stream, I fear there's going to be, especially since there's only 3 matches that have been announced, I fear like there's going to be tons of angles and stories to set up Genesis this weekend, and it's going to be bad. It's not going to be a situation where they're going to be putting their best foot forward, I think. I mean, it's no different than what I saw last week on Access TV. It's okay. The match was fine. Everything else is not for me. Pretty average. I guess it's WWE good. I would have flipped the AJ Styles promo with the 6-man tag. You're not wrong, you know, like with the way, because I was like, oh, well, okay. Putting AJ to start, you know, gets the crowd into it. But I think you're right. I think you get the same effect with the Hardy Boys, right? I think you get the same effect with the Hardy Boys. And then you have AJ come out, you know, after, at the 9:30 hour, you have AJ come out, the 9:30 quarter hour. You have AJ come out and then cut a promo, then do a rah-rah speech and whatever, and keep that energy going, right? Old man nostalgia. Yeah. Hey, and I'm an old man. I'm the oldest man. And I don't feel all that much nostalgia. And there's you know, there's some things that I, you know, that does get to me, There's stuff that does get to me, but not this. I'm an old woman and I feel nothing. There you go. There you go. Hey, since we're here, I forgot to mention, thank you very much, Sean, to have become a member of the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel. Thank you, Sean Taggart. You are a beast. Appreciate the membership. They will never just let AJ wrestle in TNA again. I mean, again, maybe as a make good, right? Maybe this is... Because don't forget, WWE took Leon Slater away from the match that they had scheduled for their big opener tonight. Like the match which has the potential to be the most exciting one that they had on their entire card and probably the best wrestled one. WWE pulled Leon Slater out of TNA so that he could go work the UK tour, right? So maybe their make good is... Hey, okay, we'll give you AJ in a match. I would hope. Because like I in my little rant from earlier, it's like I said, it's almost as if Carlos Silva bent the knee to his masters and was like, "Oh yeah, you want Leon Slater, a wrestler that is contracted to me? Yes, please go ahead and take him." If that's the case, I'm not impressed. Anyway, here we go. We are back. Did anyone recognize that it was Xavier Woods there? He was there for such a flash, and with the afro, I think he's kind of hard to recognize. Do not support Wrestle Talk, by the way. They stink. The A game hydration. I guess they need it. Everyone needs a fucking drink sponsorship these days, right? Virgil Ortiz surrounded by empty chairs. Fantastic work there, TNA. Oh my God, look at all the empty seats. What are we doing? What the fuck is this shot? Oh my God. Okay, this is amateur hour, folks. This is fucking amateur hour. Look at all the empty seats. Why are they doing this in parts of the arena that are absolutely empty? Oh my God. This is fucking low rent. LOL TNA activated and engaged. What are they doing? What is Dark Winds? like I consider myself to be fairly plugged into pop culture and current like entertainment things. I have never heard of Dark Winds. She can hurt herself with those glasses. Holy shit, it's Candice Michelle. Wow. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh, this is super corny. This is like remember how hot the crowd was like 10 minutes ago? This is the kind of shit that will absolutely drain the energy out of a room. Oh my God. Yeah, where's we haven't seen or heard of Perez Hilton yet. What's going on? Where's Perez Hilton? Let's get this crowd going. I got no time for Santino Marella, but if you bring out Perez Hilton, they saw all these wrestling content creators, but where's the OG content creator, Perez Hilton? Jesus Christ. See, as right now, all the stars are there. Yes, correct. How you doing, Rory? Right now, I am 100% not into this. I'm checked out. All this stuff bothers me. They're going to keep telling us that it's a special night, that is historic and whatnot, right? If they haven't already turned the TV off. I never know if Santino Marella is being serious or not. To me, he's always just like a clown. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So put on a fucking match, Santino, if you want to do what's best for the audience. They completely lost their crowd. Their crowd was molten hot. Oh my God. I was a little bit hesitation. I can never take this guy seriously. Who's this? Who's this? Oh, it's Sonya Deville. Well, good for her. Is this the out of left field? Is this the out of left field debut? I mean, it's kind of. I don't think anyone was expecting to see Sonya Deville, right? Yeah, good. I agree. Good for her. Good for her. Left field. I smell WWE all over this. It's more variety show than wrestling or sports entertainment. I agree. I mean, look, it's Delirious and Tommy Dreamer who are putting this show together. What do you want? What else do you want? What else? A comedy thing. So whenever he does something that's supposed to be sincere or serious, it just doesn't land because it always feels like he's being a goofball. Well, I mean, she's not wrong. Babyface Sonya Deville? Daria Ray? I mean, this is a babyface promo she's cutting right now. Again, babyface promo, right? Chat, back me up here. This is a babyface promo. No, she can't use Sonya Deville. 100% cannot. I went offline. Oh, a new knockout signed to TNA. Oh, it's Mandy Rose. Mandy Rose. You want to bet? Oh, boo. I would have been like, Mandy Rose would actually rule. That's not Sky Blue. Is this out of the debut out of left field? Is Elena Black coming out of left field? Is this it? I honestly don't know. I don't know anymore. Oh, and that's it. She just walks out and then we cut to the back. Okay. I held this company down for as long as I could, and I hit a ceiling, and new management didn't think that I could do anything. They didn't believe in me, so I went to Japan and reinvented myself and became a bigger star than when I was around here. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, 41 minutes, one match. Thank you, Rixos. Keep us posted. Keep an eye on it, brother. We're counting on you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway. Here's what I think. Chat, let me know what you think. This is my LOL TNA moment of the night, okay? My LOL TNA moment of the night is when they're showing off, you know, the WBC champion boxer and the row of internet influencers that all look like geeks and doing this all in front of a section where there's no one hanging around. And then they cut to AJ Francis, who's there, and there's no one in the back, like there's no one. They're doing this in front of the empty sections of the building. That is a legitimate LOL TNA moment because they cannot not embarrass themselves. They are incapable of doing it. They're on a brand new network. They keep telling us that it's a big moment, that it's the biggest possible, event in the history of the company, and they still can't get that out of their system. It's ingrained into them. It's awesome. It's so, honestly, there's something very comforting in the fact that despite being on a big time TV network, cable network, TNA is still true to its DNA, still true to its roots. There will always be LOL TNA. It continues on. It's tremendous. They want it. This is the promotion that people would like you to believe is the #2 promotion in the land. And you see, here's another thing. You see, when I talk about on streaming on my reviews and whatnot, particularly on the Dynamite reviews, when I talk about how AEW should stay away from doing what WWE does, like they have to focus on doing things that are good for their identity, that makes them stand apart from WWE. Because when they do things similar to what WWE does, it always comes across as low rent. You remember when I say that all the time, and you have examples. You have examples of this throughout the past 20 minutes when they try to do promos and Hollywood stars in the audience. They try to do all the same shtick that WWE does so well, but it comes off as low rent and second rate. That's what it looks like. That's why I keep harping on the idea that AEW has to focus on things that make them stand apart. Oh, it's #2, all right. Yeah, they can't afford to LOL TNA, but it's harder. It's hard. They just can't do it. Listening to Warren crack wise on what happened 4 minutes ago is the only way to watch TNA. Am I that far behind? You need to slow down. You need to press pause and catch up to me. That's how it should work. Look, don't forget, these bastards are counter-programming me. They're afraid of the Hayes influence in pro wrestling on Thursday nights. That's why they're No matter how bad you might think AEW can get, it can't be as bad as what we're watching tonight. That's true. Do WWE even do the celebrity shit well these days? Yeah, actually they do. They do, because they're going to shoot to a place where they have their celebs or their, the legends or whatever, and they're going to zoom right into them. You'll get the Chiron. You'll get, Michael Cole, or who's the other guy, Steve Rappaport. I don't know what his name is. And they're going to be like, oh, it's this person who's here. And you're going to have the crowd going, woo, behind them. That's how you do it. Not how LOL TNA just did it here tonight. Oh, is this Dark Skies? From executive producer Robert Redford. Is that what was written? Robert Redford is an executive producer on this? Do they know he's dead? Or did I read that wrong? Oh my God, this is the third time they show these guys. It's the third time in this show, in the first fucking 45 minutes, that they show these dudes. Hell yeah! Finally! Finally! That's what I said. Is this Dana Brooke? Dana Brooke is there? Who's under the feathers? What is this shit? Is this part of the... Please tell me that this is the only line that Perez Hilton is going to contribute to this entire ordeal. Who is this? Is this the reveal from left field? All right. All right. Who is this? Who the fuck is I don't know who this is. Let me go see. Let me go see in my group chats. I actually asked in one of my group chats. I have no idea who this is. So Perez Hilton's contribution is one line which made me laugh because he delivered it perfectly. I think the guy could probably cut a really good wrestling promo. I think he gets the energy. But that's it. That was his contribution. And then, oh God. That's Mr. A. Oh, thank you, Patrick. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. Are we going to commercial? We're not really Oh my God. It looks like no one in my group chats is watching this. Who the fuck is Mr. Elegance? Who is this guy? What in the world is going on? Folks, I got to tell you, this kind of stinks. This is kind of really bad. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. That being said, missing out on this Iconics and Elegance Troop matches, that's probably a boon. That's probably a good thing. Perez Hilton's contributions, as usual, amounted to nada. Exactly. At least he's not infecting your computers with malware. Or maybe he found a way to do it. You've been on his site recently? Don't go on his site. Don't go on his site. It's like going onto PW Insider. If you go, get your ad blocker ready. But don't go on his site. There is so much shit. Even the commercials suck. I've got a good old Canadian classic here, Buckley syrup. That's another classic right there. I don't know who this Mr. Elegance is. This is going to bother me. It tastes awful, but it works. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm fine. Phew. Phew. So Mr. Elegance might be Tyler Rust. Okay, that rings a bell, actually. Yeah, okay. I thought he had stopped wrestling. I thought he had retired. I mean, Tyler Rust might be, the out of left field debut, because no one saw that coming either. Tyler Rust. Oh my God. I love how they're airing these vignettes where these wrestlers are supposed to be looking at the match, but they're shot in an entirely different way. So they're clearly not there. Slam Hub Wrestling, nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. TNA Impact is the #1 trending topic on Twitter, but might not be for the reasons you think. Carlos Silva is there sitting on the sidelines, and he looks like he's being punished. It's like, sit there, be quiet. You know, it's like, don't move, you're in trouble. Like, the Ash by Elegance people have to win this match, right? Otherwise, what was the point of all the big intro and the Tyler Rust bullshit? And seeing AJZ floated as Mr. Elegance. I guess it kind of looks like him. That could be. Oh my God, she completely whiffed that. I hate this match. I hate this match, folks. Do something, Mr. Elegance, you absolute goof. Oh, there we go. That was a terrible chop block too. There you go. As I said, the Ash ladies win. Because otherwise, what was the point of all the nonsense? That was a bad match. That was shit. But Perez Hilton is very happy. And oh my God. Carlos Silva looks like a Fed. I thought Dana Brooke was retired. They didn't even invite Perez Hilton to celebrate. How fucking cheap is that? They didn't even bring him up to celebrate with them. Is this 10 stack? Is this is one of the phony Italians, right? These are NXT people, right? Ariana Grace and you know, one of the phony Italians. Okay, the stacks. Okay. Thank you. That was so fucking awkward at the end. They couldn't get they couldn't get Danny Luna's work visa set set up in time for her to be there. Again, lulled TNA, right? And apparently Macklin is not backstage either, which is weird. Milestone main event. All right. I don't know if this was a shoot or kayfabe. So, okay. So technically, right, we've only got one more announced match left, which is the main event. And it is 10:04. Unless they want to go like Broadway on it, what else are we going to get on this? What else is happening on this show? Oh my God. I agree. The injury report segment is a nice color. That's different, right? That's really different. Guys, this is not good. This has not been good. This has been terrible. I am not enjoying this in the least. I as it stands right now, like the opening match, the first match, thought it was all right. Thought it was fun. Got a big pop when Perez Hilton did his one line. They brought their game. Their D game. Which I still think is funny. But everything else feels like TNA. And it just feels messy and unfocused and try hard. Like it's really WWE Junior. I don't know why anyone wants to watch this when you could watch WWE and get all of the same sports entertainment junk, but with a true like high level, like a truly high. My internet's spotty. I think my internet seems to be a little jumpy for some reason. It usually is not. I think maybe someone's telling me that I should stop watching TNA. Let's see what's going on. I'm looking for. All right. All right. We're almost done, folks. We're almost there. Yeah, exactly. My ISP's looking out for me. Like, we still need you to pay your bill. We're going to get there, folks. Hang in there. From this point on, if you are still sticking with this, you're the champion. You're the winner. You are all champions if you're still sticking around for the last hour of this. Oh, here's the CM Punk film. I mean, Justin Long is in it, and I'm a big fan of Justin Long. I like Justin Long a lot. And it's a Shudder film. Oh boy, Indy Hartwell. Where's Perez Hilton? Yuck. This. All this sucks. Now the history of the Knockouts division. Are they going to put? Are they gonna put Masha in the? Are they putting Masha Slamovich in here? Oh, Tessa. That's okay. So no Masha Slamovich so far. Huh? All right. Oh, all right. Wait, wasn't he fired? What wasn't Santino fired by Sonya Deville? Danny Ray, whatever she's called. I thought she got rid of him. I don't understand. I look, it doesn't matter. I thought she got rid of him. She said, we don't need you here. Oh, this is Xia Li, right? We need structure and less of you, I guess. But you see, like, to me, that means you're fired. I don't know. I don't care. Is that Zaya Brookside? She's got the what do you call those? What's the fuck? What do you call that hair shit? I know the name. When you the flaps, the shit. What do you call that? the Mayon Classic class of 2016. That's right. You know, what's her name? You remember when Xia Li in WWE they had this big presentation for her with, you know, she was summoning like lightning and shit. Remember that? That lasted for like 10 days. Oh, she's gonna fight Delta. Now, what do they call her? Zora. Zuri. It's Delta. I don't know what her NXT name is. Zarya. It is crazy. It's Zarya. I'm going to call her Delta. It's crazy that WWE picked up like Delta, who is a legitimate prospect from Australia, right? A legitimate prospect, and do basically jack shit with her. Why does Sol Ruka suddenly look like she's 38? Is this the debut out of left field? Oh, Zaruka is the name of their tag team? That stinks. Someone kick Santino. Someone kick Santino. Turn around. You don't have to really sign it, you know. Are they really calling Rhea Ripley and Io Sky Rio? As if this shit with Rio is not convoluted enough, because we have Rio in AEW and we have Riho in the UK, and then you have this is such fucking bullshit. And a commercial. Oh, not a commercial. A Ken Shamrock package. Oh, and Joe Hendry and Mike Santana, and okay. Raven getting some airtime? From Ken Shamrock to Joe Hendry. Yeah, true. Oh, brother. All right. I mean, the crowd does look bored. And the thing here, we cannot forget that this crowd was fucking molten to begin with. You got AJ Styles coming in to rile up the crowd. Then you get the Hardys come out and they do their little match and people are super into it. That crowd was so molten. And they just, and I said it. When they started doing promo segments and whatnot, I 100% called it. I said, they're going to lose the crowd doing this shit. And what happened? They lost the crowd doing this shit. Oh boy, the challenger and champion are walking. They're walking. But first, we'll hear from the system. This is an awful show. This is really, really bad. This is really bad. Look, I was not kidding, okay? I was not kidding when I said, hey, I'm coming into watching this tonight with the most open mind possible. Because I knew, look, I know it was TNA, and I knew we were coming in with only 3 announced matches. So, you know, I was expecting what was going to happen, right? But Jesus Christ, this is even like, I tried really hard, folks. I really did try hard. This is really bad. It's really bad. But I did it all for you. I did it all for you. And listen, if this is your first time popping up onto the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel here, do me a favor and subscribe. That'd make me that would make me feel a little better. That's always fun. Oh wait, was my whole pitch? Did I do my whole pitch while I was offline? My whole pitch happened while I was disconnected? Okay. So listen, as I was saying, if you appreciate me putting in the effort here, watching this, and it's your first time here, consider subscribing. And, you know, and usually I only talk about things I want to talk about. So that'd be great. Or follow me on Blue Sky, or do both. That's also awesome. Mr. Warren Hayes, Mr. Warren Hayes show, right? Or you can also join the Mr. Warren Hayes Show Discord. The link is in the description. These are all nice little things you can do to just be like, hey, Warren, we got you. Thank you. Or you can become a member of the channel as well. Warren, whoever in the chat forced you to watch this show, please ban the person. I wish I could blame the chat. I really wish I could, but I can't. Like there was a part of me where I was like, I have to watch this show. Like I have to watch TNA and just ensure that I'm watching like something that is that has significance. That is one of the biggest news stories of the year, quite frankly. It's going to be one of the big news stories this year. And I don't want to just hang around, watch clips on the internet, and I want the full context. I want the full experience. And look, I'll be able to talk about this with confidence. I'll be able to break this down and argue with people and say, no, this was a bad show. The main event could save. This main event could save it, but first we got to hear from the system. I've always been melancholic on Ring of Honor's continued existence, but watching this, damn, they should totally have a show on TV. Right? Oh, good. Chris Bay. Oh God, this promo stinks. I hate Santino Marella so much. This is so fucking cringe. You need to create an I Was Here t-shirt for this historic watch along. And I should send it to everyone who's hanging out here in the chat tonight. I mean, listen, if I had played my cards right, I would have been right over there with the lineup of influencers, right? I would have been right there with all of them lined up going like this into the camera. If I had played my cards right. Oh, these are the matches. AJ Francis and Rich Swann. Mustafa Ali versus Elijah. Ryan Nemeth versus Mara Sade. Okay. Lei Ying Lee versus Zarya. Cedric Alexander, Joe Hendry, and Moose. Why were we talking to Chris Bay then? The Hardys versus the Righteous. Right? Then Fandango versus Eddie Edwards. All right. All right. We're getting there. Hang in there, folks. This is such a low rent operation, folks. There is no one who can look at this, okay? No one can look at this objectively and say, this is a number 2 national promotion. No one. Well, yes, another promo, because they only have 3 fucking matches announced. The 4th match was pulled because WWE took away one of the guys that was in the match. He's getting wadded. He's getting wadded. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Oh, brother. Hey, Juno. Hey, Juno's showing up tonight. Juno's here. Coming to get pets. Usually, I think she's feeling my distress and she's coming to tell me that everything's going to be okay. And now she's off. Okay. Bye. I love you like a brother, bro. Oh my God. Either you pull the trigger or I will. What is he saying? It's like either you pin me or I will pin myself. Is that what he's saying? All right. This has been really rough. This has been really rough. I legitimately question who this is for. I don't understand who this is for. Again, like, if you are into this type of sports entertainment presentation, why aren't you watching WWE? And there's no one who watches WWE who comes into this saying, "Oh yeah, this is great," because they look at this and they're like, this is a high school play. WWE is Broadway, and this is a high school play. This is nonsense. I don't understand. Thank you for thank you for that. I mean, I'm hoping that at the very least I'm adding a level of entertainment at the very least, right? Chris Jericho going to be the first dual contracted talent to WWE and TNA. TNA has no money right now, so they're not hiring shit. They've been cutting people. And a lot of the people, I don't know if you heard, but some of the people, I don't want to say a lot of the people, but some of the people that they've been renewing for like 2 to 4 months. Like, these are not like full-on year extensions. Oh, Carlos Silva has to show up back on TV again. Oh. Okay. Dixie! Fucking hell! And she gets booed! Dixie saved this fucking promotion! I can't believe I'm saying this! Dixie! She's getting booed. Dixie Carter comes out and she gets booed and she's like, "Oh, this is exciting," and all her. And then she's just getting booed out of the fucking building. Oh, I forgot that we're getting Bully Ray on commentary for the main event. This sucks. This is so... Oh my God. You couldn't have a show that is less made for Warren Hayes. Is Bully Ray going to hit a woman? For Heat, he would. Manifesting an Ethan Carter III appearance also. That would be something that would make me laugh. Legitimately, I would have a great chuckle at that. Oh. Apparently, there's going to be a new member of the system next week on Impact. Oh, it'll be Chris Jericho. I would rather watch SmackDown for 3 hours. I don't know, man. I mean, it feels like it's a frying pan fryer type of situation. 2 hours of this or 3 hours of SmackDown? I'm not sure, man. I don't know if you heard Ash Bael against Trask Doyle and the Rascals on Twitter. Yes, I did actually. I talked about it on Blue Sky a bit. Imagine Dana fucking Brooke. I even talked about it at the start of the stream real quick, but I'll, for posterity's sake, let's say it again. Imagine Dana Brooke, whose career peak was flirting with Dave Bautista on Twitter, telling people, oh yeah, you had to be cut from the promotion because you're dead weight. No, what was the dead fat is what she called it. But she fucked up the phrasing. Either she wanted to say dead weight or trim the fat. Trim the excess fat. She wanted to, she mixed up, she got her idioms wrong. I love how the crowd got lit up. I agree. I love that the crowd got lit up when Dixie Carter came out and they just started booing her. Will somebody please put this place out of its misery? I can't believe that people are that. I can't believe anyone looking at this and saying, here's your viable number 2. Folks, this oh, we get a commercial? Tremendous. Nothing I like more than a commercial just to start off my main event. Excellent stuff, fellas. I hope this match is good. I hope, honestly, okay. In reality, this should be a very good match. Mike Santana is a good worker. Frankie's a good worker. They should come together and just like pull it together. Have we seen the out of left field debut yet, folks? Have we seen it? Have we seen the out of left field debut? Do you think it was Sonya Deville? Do you think it was Mr. Elegance? It is unclear. I guess, but my prediction still stands. And especially on an evening which has firmly reaffirmed that LOL TNA is in full force. I believe that Nick Nemeth is going to cash in his Money in the Bank gimmick and is going to take the title off of Mike Santana again. This is what I'm predicting. And then Mike Santana is going to get his rematch at not Sakura Genesis. Sakura Genesis is that's the New Japan promo pay-per-view. And then Mike Santana gets his rematch at Genesis this weekend, and then he wins it back. But it's like it's all shit. It doesn't matter. All of this is junk. I swear to God, I am so happy that I'm watching this though. Because it reaffirms, like, I do a weekly Dynamite review and I go hard on AEW sometimes, and I get told, people reach out to me, people send me messages or just write on in public, and they say, might be going a little hard here, or I disagree, so on and so. But I think it's important that I continue to be hard and expect more from AEW, because if you don't, we can slide dangerously into this type of territory. So yes, there are things that by comparison, AEW looks better, much better than TNA, but there's also stuff that you just, but there's, the idea ultimately is that you have standards, keep your standards high. Make sure that, when you criticize AEW for stuff that you don't like, that you're consistent on it and don't let up. Because the opposite, just letting the standards slide, this is what happens. You get something like what we watched tonight. I really don't like this. I don't like it at all. I will not be rewatching TNA after this for a long time. What if the out of left field debut was the friends we made along the way? Oh, JK. Oh, shucks. I mainly disagree with you when it comes to rankings. They tried twice and they've given up halfway through, especially if there's a storyline reason for someone getting title shots. But that's the thing. You can still use the rankings in your stories. Like, it's not two different things. It is the perfect storyline vehicle. And yes, they gave up twice because they're fucking cowards. Because they're cowards. Rankings rule. They rule. And the Continental Classic proves that they work and that people are not stupid and can follow along. They rule. Oh, no introductions? We're not even getting the big match feel. We're just coming in and jump. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Say what we want about this setup here and what's going on with TNA and whatnot, but Mike Santana leaving AEW was the best move of his career. It was such a smart move for him to go off and reinvent himself elsewhere, and that you can't take away from him. There should have been an extreme talent exodus when Anthem fired the Canadian boss, Scott D'Amore. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who want a place to work too. But some people did leave. Josh Alexander didn't stick around. Some people did leave. Maybe not as much as... I guess you're saying exodus, so exodus implies like a movement, like a lot of people on the way out. And sure, I guess, but I guess that shows like just how loyal they were to Scott, or maybe Scott was like, you guys don't have to do anything stupid like that. Keep a paycheck, enjoy what you're doing, type of thing. Keep getting paid. Don't leave because I'm leaving. That's what in Scott D'Amore's shoes, in that exact situation, that's what I'd tell the locker room. Oh, there's a big belly to belly. That's a good little move there. We're not going to commercial, are we? Oh my God. Now I'm convinced it's an ad split. Now I'm convinced it's an ad split. It's like, someone who fills their YouTube video with ad placements, right? It's just like, yeah, do it automatically. Just like, 30 commercials on a 12-minute video. Oh my God. I mean, are we going to get the last 15 minutes commercial free? I think that would be a fair expectation moving forward, right? The last quarter hour, no interruptions. Let's just go. I would forgive them for that. Unfortunately, ad blocker doesn't work for AMC. You still like, even if you block the commercials, you're still not getting the action, you know? WWE convinced Netflix to take away 2 commercial breaks and give them to TNA instead. Oh my God. So since there's a feast or fired match, who else is leaving? When are they doing that? Are they doing it at Genesis too? Could be so many people at this point. I feel like the entire roster could empty out. TNA commercials enhance the experience by giving you less TNA. There you go. That's a good strategy, come to think of it. Someone give Ring of Honor a 1 hour slot, even if it's for a few bucks. I mean, Ring of Honor looks much better than this. Ring of Honor looks much better than this. Even if it doesn't have the NXT video wall entrance. I am going to be so curious to see how many people watch this. I am so curious. How many people watched it this week? And then how many of those people they retained next week? I am very, very excited to see how this is going to go. And thank you everyone for still being here. The chat's keeping me. The chat is keeping the hope alive. It's keeping me into it. As I'm definitely I definitely can't count on Tommy Dreamer and Delirious right now. Going to be a lot of looky-loos. I agree. It's going to be a lot of looky-loos. Tuning in to see the stars of Dark Winds, right? That was the show. Has anyone told me what Dark Winds was? I kept asking. Did anyone tell me what Dark Winds was? Because I still don't know what that show is. Marukati Gaming, nice to see you and welcome. I wish they still did quarter hours. It would look like a continental show. That's a good line. I like that. You know what I love? I just realized what it was. The yellow fluorescent squares on the floor are like it's the AMC logo. Did you notice? Anyway, that was a good counter. Dark winds, loud fart outside at 2 a.m. Did Delirious book Ring of Honor better or same? He wasn't very good, let's put it that way. The vibe's alive, maybe the hope. Nope. Rixos, stay awake. If you willingly tune into this next year, you should be put on watch list. Thank you for being my respirator. I'm on a high seas site and I still feel like I was robbed. All right. I'm paying attention to this match now. Fully. Let's go. I swear to God, Nick Nemeth is showing up at the end. He absolutely has to. We're getting Dolph Ziggler by the end of this show. What a ninja-guri. Jeez. Dark Winds is a psychological thriller set in the 1970s Southwest with Navajo tribal police officers John Leaphorn, Benedette Malulito, and Jim Che. Okay. Bully Ray clearly does not watch the product. Oh, he calls it the Yeah. How was the show? It's still on, brother. It's the most 3-hour, 2-hour show. It's been historically awful. Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay, that's a nice little snappy Spanish fly there. That's good shit. Up and over. Good little sequence. Code Red. Shades of Amazing Red. Everyone does Code Reds. Like they're transitional moves everywhere. Shades of Amazing Red. Shades of Roxanne Perez, right? First Dynamite ended with Jake Hager surprise. This is true. Audible groan from me. The Pop Rocks, the Code Blue. The AMC logos, white on fluorescent yellow, is hilarious. Ooh, Angel's Wings. See, now that's interesting. See, now that has connective tissue. Shades of Selena Vega. You know, there's something a little, and I don't want to say sloppy, but there's something a little unrefined in what they're doing, which is drawing me in because it feels a little dangerous. Not this shit, but just before, right? Have you heard any rumors about the deal numbers? No. Everything is extremely tight-lipped. And it's very weird, like nobody in the industry has spoken up about it either. You know, I'm not talking, like people from within AMC just like leaking this to, I don't know, Hollywood Reporter or Variety or who gives a fuck, you know? All right, here we go. And here comes the low blow. Oh. All right. Oh, I think the ref missed his spot. I think the ref missed his spot. He was supposed to like avoid getting hit. Oh no, I think the ref blew his spot. The ref missed his fucking spot. And then 1, 2, 3, you get the visual pin. And then here comes the belt shot. And you can see people looking up the ramp. They're waiting for Nick Nemeth to show up. Blam! Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Tremendous. Great shit. Fade to black on the apron, and then he falls right on top of the white on fluorescent yellow logo. That is really easy to read the text. No Jericho. Jericho's not showing up. I don't know why people decided that Jericho was going to show up. They're saving him. He's going to show up at the Royal Rumble. Canadian Destroyer, no sell. And around the block. And he kicks out of his finisher. That's tremendous. I hope Bully Ray tomorrow talks about how much Santana should have sold the Canadian Destroyer, that it doesn't make sense that he no-sold it. What was that? Okay, that was messy. That was messy. That was messy. That was messy, boys. Whatever they tried to do there didn't work out. Kaz is doing his finisher. Blanc. That should be it. 2, 3. There we go. Mike Santana wins the belt. And now we wait for Nick Nemeth. Here comes Nick Nemeth, right? Is this guy? Where's Nick Nemeth? Given the way the crowd looks, it should be noted that there's confirmation on social media that the show was heavily papered. All TNA shows are heavily papered. Heavily papered. Where's Nick Nemeth? We're waiting for it to happen, right? Oh, I guess not. Oh, okay. Produced by Carlos Silva. Produced by Hunter Johnson, Tommy Dreamer, and oh my God. Look at all the... Oh, fuck off. So no Nick Nemeth. I'm disappointed in myself. No Nick Nemeth. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Now things just got really intermittent here as most of the lights in my home turn off automatically at 11 p.m. I guess they'll do that three-way on the pay-per-view. Sure. No EC3 either. So, okay. So I guess the out of left field debut was Sonya Deville, right? It had to be that. There's no one else. Elena Black. Elena Black is not Elena Black is not an out of left field signing. It's not Mr. Elegance that no one knows what that was. So was this the big promised? And she had to be. It had to be her. There's no one else. There's no one I can think of right now where I'm like, yes, this was indeed out of left field. The response on X is pretty abysmal for JD from New York's promotion of the year. Did he really say TNA was his promotion of the year? I know so little about that guy, and it's fine. I know who he is. I know what his shtick is about. Every time people share stuff with me, I laugh. This was a bad show. So I think Trevor Dame here. Trevor Dame says, watching Impact has been an unbelievably depressing experience tonight. We now have 3 promotions on prominent cable stations, and they're 3 variations on this of the same flavor. Your only choice between them is how competently you want to see it done. It's rare that I flat out disagree with Trevor Dame, who I think usually is I think he's very sound in his analysis. But I mean, yes, I think watching Impact tonight was an unbelievably depressing experience. I think this was a terrible show. But to say that this is just another variation of, this is one of 3 variations of pro wrestling. I don't think you can put TNA and AEW in the same boat. I really don't think so. And yes, I get unnerved when AEW does sports entertainment stuff. I get it. It's something I want them to shy away from, because look at what happens when other people do it, type of thing. But I don't think AEW is down the drain as much as not only do I not, I think, I know AEW is not that far down the drain as TNA is. TNA is more akin to WWE. It desperately wants to be WWE, and I think we felt it tonight in the simple things like presenting Hollywood stars, in the audience, and the WBC boxing champion and the influencers, right? These are all things that WWE does and that they absolutely want to be able to benefit from. They want to come across like that, but in the execution, it looks cheap and low rent. It's laughable. TNA desperately wants to be WWE. AEW toes the line, but I think has enough difference in what it does to avoid saying, you know, AEW wants to be WWE. I think. I mean, this was a bad show, folks. This is a bad show. Did Mini Portable get TV time? I have no idea what a Mini Portable is. Is that like a computer device? The fuck is a Mini Portable? I said it before, but AEW really needs to put the kibosh on a lot of things not centered around the ring because their strength is in ring storytelling. You see that so often. You see it so fucking often. Every time AEW focuses on telling stories with the in-ring and just doing things their way, they score. They just score. Every time. Mini Portable is a wrestling influencer. Good for her. Good for her. The only one of those influencers I recognized was Alex Lejas. That was the only one. I don't know who the others were. Bring Chris Regal back from the dead. So why? So he can weep? Mini Portable is a well-known influencer in the IWC watches all wrestling. I never heard of her. Never heard of her. But if she caters to the IWC, to something called the Internet Wrestling Community, then that's why I've never heard of her, because the Internet Wrestling Community doesn't exist. Unfortunately, it's still an American TV promotion, and straight out wrestling works 95% of the time, but not 100. By the way, total in-ring time of TNA Impact, total in-ring time of TNA Impact was 35 minutes. Exactamundo, like WWE. That's exactly what they were looking for. Congratulations. Just like Big Brother does. I'm here for the Yoshinari Ogawa watch party. Yes, I just woke up from a nap. You'll never let us down, DGMC, member of the Mr. Warren Hayes Show channel. Good for you. Nice to see you. "35 glorious minutes." And how many of those minutes were behind a commercial break? That's a tremendous point. This is a disaster. I don't know who watches this next week. I don't know who, I legitimately don't know who sat down in front of their TV or whatever, their laptop computer, their Mini Portable, and looked at this and said, and said to themselves, "I'm going to watch this next week." I don't know who watched this and said, "This is exactly what I'm looking for." This was embarrassing. This was embarrassing, and everyone should feel bad. Everyone should feel bad. And honestly, like I have nothing in common with someone who thought that this was good, that this was a well spent 2 hours of really entertaining stuff. I have nothing in common with someone like that. I believe that anyone who thinks that this was a good 2 hours of wrestling is driven by spite, is driven because they work for the company, which is fine. You work for the company, you want to shower it with good things, go right ahead. But otherwise, if you say that this was good, it's because you have ill will towards other people and their thoughts. You're camped on your positions and you don't want to move because you've been saying for weeks, oh, this is going to be good, this is going to be good, and you don't want to look the fool because you've been telling everyone this is going to be good, number 2 promotion, so on and so forth. You know, and then you settle in, you watch it, and you keep saying it's good. It's just because you don't want to come across as like a fucking moron, because for the past few weeks or months or even the past year, you've been saying TNA is the number 2 promotion and this is going to be the greatest event of all time. You're driven out of spite. I think ignorance also could fall in. I think that's also something. Good idea. Let's go see. Excuse me. Where's the thing? Is this the thing? No, this is not the right one. Hang on a second. I gotta make sure here. Just give me a second here. Okay, we're good. I got it. This is the one. Let's go take a look at what the early cage match returns are. TNA Impact, Thursday Night Impact number 1121. We're not getting enough votes yet. Maybe the voting hasn't been opened yet either. I think there's a delay, right? Isn't there a delay? Look at that, 3 matches. Biggest night in the company history, 3 matches. Incredible. So you're saying the CPU versus CPU match I ran on Wrestle Kingdom between Kobashi and Chosu, 30-minute time limit draw, had almost the same amount of ring time as TNA tonight? Yes. So same time next week? No. I'm not watching. I'm convinced. I'm not watching this. I'm done. Shout out to Dave, Bix, and Span and Warren for making this fun. Oh, yeah, Bix was having a good time. Since we're slowly wrapping up here, let's go see what's up with Bix then. Mm-hmm. John looks completely distraught. Mean Mason could have showed up, saved this show if he showed up as the Hood Man and fingered everyone. Oh, what else is Bix? Man, I don't want to see the retweets, Bix. Seriously, what the fuck was that? That may have been the single worst 2-hour wrestling television show I have ever seen in my entire life on this mortal coil. Holy fuck, Bix. Going hard, buddy. No Jericho. Again, why? Why did anyone think that Chris Jericho was going to debut anywhere else than in the Royal Rumble? I don't know why. Is everyone like 14 years old and watching wrestling for the first year of their entire lives? I don't know why. I don't know why people think that Chris Jericho or thought that Chris Jericho was showing up tonight. Santana won after hitting his finisher 3 times. And the pay-per-view was main event is just a rematch, I guess. Why did Frankie leave AEW in the first place when TK was already letting him chill out in TNA? Well, you know, Here's Fanzine here. Fanzine. Instead of getting a TNA world title match in a feast or fire, you should get a chance at the real biggest price in TNA and NXT contract. People are so funny. Saw someone posting that they were at the TNA show, got asked how much they paid, and posted the ticket. And fuck, there you go. Right there, folks. There you go. Oh, Bix was having a good time. Good for him. Good for him. There. Poor Dixie. Dixie didn't deserve to get booed, though. I'll go this far. I don't think Dixie Carter deserved to get booed. Needs $5 in a coupon for some potato chips stapled to it to be a good deal. Get some Tortinos. Wasn't that what it called? Was it? Isn't it? You know the old. Do they still even make those Tortinos? Wasn't that what they were called? Yeah. No, Totinos. You need some Totinos pizza rolls. That's right. Totina's pizza rolls. That's what you need. They added some there. That would be great. Ric Flair calling out Jay Lethal like it's 2009. All that TNA has been worth to Jericho is a bargaining chip to use for him to maybe get a better deal for a WWE return. Same now as it was in 2007. I swear to God, like, I don't know why people were so convinced that Chris Jericho was going to show up tonight. Anyway, my favorite moment of the night was when they were doing all the introductions of the Hollywood people and their special guests and the WBC boxing champion and the influencers, and this was all being done, and then showing AJ Francis being there, and this was all being done with the empty arena in the background, with complete empty seating. That is my favorite part of the show. Look, the tape is there. I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. That was my unbelievable, the most lol TNA thing you could ever come up with. Fantastic stuff. Listen, I have a lot of apologizing to do to a lot of promotions that I watch, like New Japan Pro Wrestling throughout 2025. It's never been this bad. This was a terrible show. This was terrible. And if anyone was rubbing their hands together and going, all right, we're going to start a full year of reviews. We're going to start a full year of reviews. We're going to review this show every week. God bless you. You don't know what you got yourself into. You see, I never promised this to my audience, that I was going to review Impact every week. Is there something in here that was saying, Warren, don't do it? I had a little voice inside my head, one of many, that was saying, Warren, don't get into this. Don't make any promises about watching TNA Impact. Boy, did I dodge a bullet. I thought people were doing it as a gag because realistically TNA could never afford Jericho, not in 2006, not in 2026. I think the logic was Jericho is going to work for WWE, so WWE could send Chris Jericho. Kind of like what they did with AJ Styles. And since Chris Jericho helped build AEW back in the day as being, a legitimate star to help legitimately establish the promotion, they kind of figured he could do the same for TNA. I think that's the reasoning. But it still doesn't make sense. It still makes zero sense. My favorite moment is when it ended. Sure. Prime George Goulas could have elevated his card. Apologize to me too while you're at it. No, never. I think Raj gave up in an hour of doing play-by-play, segment by segment. It was even too much for him. TNA has undergone rewrites and will be changing some plans leading into tonight's Impact on AMC and Saturday night's Genesis pay-per-view. The changes were brought about by a number of visas not being completed in time. So this is Fightful reporting. But I mean, what were the matches that needed rewrites and whatnot? Leon Slater? Is that one of them? Because from what I understand, it's WWE that called him over to the UK to go on tour. Danny Luna? And that's it, right? Was that it? The point was, instead of throwing in another match to replace Slater versus Reed, Leon Slater versus Myron Reed, they just decided to add more segments. It's lazy ass fucking booking. And I think the only two matches that really did have to change were Reed versus Slater, and whatever they had planned for Danny Luna tonight with against Xia Li or whatever she calls herself now. Those are the only. Otherwise, everything was like these aren't substantial changes. And besides, look, the visa issues lulled TNA. Now in Genesis, the X Division title match is just a three-way with Joe Hendry. There you go. Who's a WWE guy now. And it just reaffirmed a bunch of things because for those of you who recall, not that long ago, up to 2 years ago, I would review TNA pay-per-views. Right? Some of the old timers can back me up here. But I'd watch the TNA pay-per-views, and I kind of stopped when Scott D'Amore disappeared, because then I started to find the shows started to stink. But I've watched some good TNA pay-per-views. Thank you, Jason. How you doing, by the way? Member of the channel. It's good to see you. WWE spitting in TNA's mouth, and they can't do a thing. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going to ask the question on everyone's mind. Where was Rosemary? I don't think it was on anyone's mind. It's probably better off that she wasn't on this show. I think everyone on this show looks worse off. Then you have the Inspiration, who are done, who dropped the titles and are done with TNA. What an absolute shit show this was. Slop. It's slop. If anything, this should reassure you that humanity, and not just AI, is still capable of creating grade A slop. We can still do it all by ourselves. I saw my fave influencer in the crowd. Everyone loves that popular influencer, Eric. Yeah. It's not slop, it's gruel. True. The impression the show left me with is that humanity doesn't deserve salvation. Oh my God. Please, everyone, you still have so much to live for. Let's not finish let's not head on over into the eternal dark here because of TNA. Please. I'm more shocked they couldn't hit Dixie's song. I guess my favorite second moment is Dixie Carter getting booed out of the building when she pops up. And I will maintain, I don't think Dixie Carter deserved to get booed. This show blackpilled me. On TNA. Right? My Wrestle Kingdom E-Fed where Brock squashes everyone will probably be better than 2026 TNA. Yes. Yeah. Yes, it will. My friend on social media got a free ticket for the show. Brother, everyone got a free ticket for this show. We're going to find out sooner or later how many comp tickets were distributed, and there was a lot. He needs a refund. Will Hobbs be wrestling on Collision this week? Yes, because it was taped. Hobbs' last match was taped on, for all intents and for all intents and purposes, his last match was taped on Wednesday. So he's, the result is already there. I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, Eric Bischoff right now is having a live react show with JBL. Should we go check it out? Should we go check it out? Should we go see? Chad, I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do. Cuz I'm not kidding here. I am not joking. If y'all tell me, yeah, we should go see what's going on, then I'm going to turn the lights back on. Okay, Google, turn on the office light.
Office on.
Let's go find our boy here. Is it on his 83 weeks thing? Oh, he's live. He's live. Okay, all right. We got Uncle Eric here. Okay, let me pull this up. Oh, we have Conrad too. Oh man, am I gonna get copyrighted for this? I think I'm gonna get copyrighted for this. Because I thought it was just these two dopes shooting the shit. What a time to come in. I came in with one of your opinions on the Righteous. I don't know if you know who they are. They're the fellas in the white suits. We have seen that before. That's the thing, right? Oh wait, there's no volume. Here we go. There we go. Sorry, there's no audio.
John, what do you think of the Hardys match, the Righteous, Elijah, that whole first segment?
I liked it, and I like the Hardys. I've always liked the Hardys, and since they first came in the WWE, the Righteous. That was the first time I'd seen them. I don't watch just a ton of wrestling, so
Oh, you don't say,
enjoy the
John.
characters. I agree with Eric about the ear gimmick. You know, sometimes you try stuff, you don't know if it's going to work or not, and maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. I think it's just
So
much
they've
easier
never
just to beat
seen
somebody's
Randy
ass.
Orton do this
Just
to
beat 'em
Jeff,
up.
is what I'm
It's
saying.
not hard. You know, it's like Murdoch used to always say, you know, I call your mom a name, you call my sister a name, and we fight. You know, people understand that. You know, people understand somebody getting beat up, and sometimes you
This is Rich.
Math into trigonometry, and you don't have to. And I think that's what could have happened here. I don't know how the crowd would like it. I couldn't tell, but maybe they liked it. But to me, it's just a lot more simple.
Oh, okay. They don't sound like they're delving into.
Something everybody loves. It's that favorite time of the year when our friend Steven Singer, you know, the I Hate.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God.
Gold dip rose color for Valentine's.
Shit. This fucking I hate Steven Singer shit. So so he's never seen Jeff Hardy and Randy Orton do the ear gimmick, right? Was it with a pencil or something? As it stands, like it doesn't seem like they're glazing, right? Doesn't look like they're glazing, right? And we got some comments here. Let's see the production was terrible. The audio was bad. They need more lights inside the arena and on top of the stage, and they need more LED displays around saying TNA. Okay. See, I agreed with this individual right up until, oh, they need more LED displays. That's just because what you're used to see. But everything else I kind of agreed with. All right, the ad read is over.
Some of these. Corn Hicksel says, good show, but too WWE-ish, in my opinion. Bully's voice goes good with it. Hopefully he stays on commentary.
Oh my God.
You're one of the boys who did commentary. How do you think Bully did tonight?
I thought he did a great job. You know,
Oh,
the
brother.
key is
Of
to
course.
get involved about making it about you. The key is to have your ego in the product, not in yourself. And I thought Bully did a great job of doing that. You know,
He didn't even know the name of Santana's move, one of his moves.
Because they put their ego in themselves and not in the product. And I thought Bully did a great job of that. You know, obviously he does a lot of talking with the Busted Open Radio, so he's good at it. And he's also a smart guy.
I agree with John. He delivered a great performance. I think Bully could be.
Oh my God. Of course they're going to glaze Bully because they're all in the same fucking group chat.
Yeah, you know, and another thing, Eric, is you can't.
Bully should keep talking, said nobody.
You know,
Exactly.
Tom Brady, is he the greatest commentator ever? Probably not, you know, but he's won all those Super Bowls. So you add all of that credibility to it, and it gives whatever he says.
It's pro wrestling. It's pro wrestling.
One of the greatest pressure players of all time. I want to listen.
It's not the same.
Is he the best commentator ever? Probably not, and maybe not yet. Bubba Dudley's the same way. Bully is the same way. He's won several world championships. He's won all these tag team championships. You've got to listen to this guy because that credibility is there. The credibility that comes by being in the ring like that, and you can't replace that. And so I think Bubba did a great job with it. And I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady as being not that great. I think Bubba was great.
This is such boring analysis, folks.
Comparing him to
It's so boring.
You can't replicate that.
It's like Bubba. You know, he takes the psychology that you need it as a performer in the ring, but there's also a psychology.
He did one match, and these guys are like, he did a great job. What great analysis. He worked one fucking match.
His job is to get what's going on in the ring over and get the talent.
Like, talk about Hannafin and the other dude, right? And Drama King Matt. Like, these are the guys who worked the entire night. Bubba showed up for the easy paycheck.
But a little thing that Bubba did in that commentary is
not for me.
Later in the match, and he was talking about how exhausted the athletes were, and he saw Santana.
Here it comes. This is the question I'm waiting for right here. This is the one here. There's a super chat here, and they have to get to it. Do you think TNA will surpass AEW as the #2 wrestling brand? This one I'm excited for.
It made it feel like you were sitting at ringside, and that's what a good.
It already has. AEW is televised indie nobody takes seriously. Yeah.
Insight into what's going on.
It already has surpassed AEW.
From anybody else.
These fucking morons.
Commentator, if they haven't been there, if they haven't done that, they can't communicate it the same way.
John, I want to ask you, you've been a part of a lot of different commentary booths. Do you prefer a 2-man booth or a 3-man booth? Is 3 more difficult?
This is what they have to talk about. This is what they have to talk about. Shh. This is what they have to talk about because the show was so fucking dismal. They can't, and they neither of these two guys, neither JBL or Bischoff want to go out there and bury the show. So Conrad is like, well, okay, let's talk about the size of the booth. 2-man, 3-man, what do you like? Who gives a fuck? Like, you know, like this is all they have to talk about. This is the only thing they can talk about. Otherwise, they're burying the show, or they expose themselves as complete and utter frauds. Great job here so far by Conrad. Not gonna lie. One of these people here saying, I'd like to see competition plus given the help from NXT, but TNA needs that one key guy and better creative, in my opinion. They already have. People see, this is what happens. You have these 100% bad faith grifter types who keep saying TNA is the number 2. And then you have goofballs who are like, oh, they've already surpassed AEW. They're already the number 2. It's already done, bro. Like, I don't want to hear talk about whether a 2-man booth or a 3-man booth is better. Especially since Bully worked one match. He worked one fucking match. Oh my good God.
To be told outside of the ring. So you're calling action, you're managing the narrative, and
Eric's internet is pristine.
It's a little tougher with 3 people than it is with 2, but it doesn't matter, like you said.
But this is what they're talking about. They have to talk, like, exactly. The show sucked, so they got fuck all to talk about because they're not going to bury the show.
Here, Matthew Hutchinson has a question. Eric will go to you on this one. Do you guys think TNA would be a good fit for Chris Jericho in 2026? It gives TNA another big name. And
What is this?
This legend wrestler working with a lot of great young talent. Thanks, guys.
He's not doing TNA.
Me first.
Yes, sir.
Well, see, I get another question that I'm going to have to be honest about. I wanted to see Chris make a big entrance tonight because I wanted that kind of semi-Lex Luger moment, you know, because that would have been a big
These
moment.
people are completely delusional.
But based on what I saw tonight, if I was...
And it's funny, did you notice how Bischoff started off his question? He says, this is another question that I'm going to have to be honest about. Not a good look, Eric. You shouldn't be saying that. That implies that most of the time you're lying.
No, you know, I think it's an interesting question, but I'm with Eric on this. I think WWE is probably the better fit, you know, because that's where he was for so long, and that's where he made.
Why do people think Chris Jericho is showing up in TNA?
Stone Cold and The Rock, you know.
No.
He's got this incredible name. Wherever he debuts, if he stays with AEW. Or whether he comes to WWE, which apparently is the gossip out there. I have no idea. I have no insight either way. It's going to be huge, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And Chris will do a terrific job with it.
We got another one here from Tyler Balmer. He says, I want TNA to succeed, but this was a miss, in my opinion. I would
Good
have
call.
seen storylines progress and their stars showcase rather than seeing them in the crowd. 2 matches in 90 minutes was tough.
Good analysis. Good job.
Total nonstop action. Do you think they should have had more
Yep.
action tonight?
No, I think they should change the name of the company is what they should do. I've been saying that since the day I walked into that company. TNA, my God. Here we go. I just got to be honest again.
Yes.
It's not too much talk if it's really well done.
No.
Those backstage segments, if those
See, we're just going to dodge the question here.
create drama, create tension, launch stories, advance stories, whatever, and they're really well produced.
It's crazy how in the brain of these people, you can't advance stories unless there's talk.
Silly.
I hate this so much.
And it builds audience. I I do care about the numbers. So when it works, and it works great. I will say, if I was consulting for Carlos, and I am basically for free here, is you've got to find producers that know how to produce those segments. If you're going to put talent out there live in front of a live audience, and that talent is not very experienced, which most of them aren't, especially at live interviews, you need somebody that knows how to produce them. And
Or don't give the mic to people who can't talk.
narrative
Am I right?
really, really poorly produced and poorly directed. And those people are out there. They're at your fingertips, Carlos. They're not hard to find. And they're not super expensive. They're people with experience that know how
And they're not super, they're cheap.
seek them out, because that was a glaring need if you want to match the opportunity and grow the brand.
John, I want to ask you a commentary question. This one comes to us from Suds Media. I guess not commentary, but more of a voiceover. I really enjoyed the injury report segment. Should all companies do that? I love that they got that in for a sponsor. Maybe it was weird to do on the first show, but you want to talk about a sponsorable piece of business?
I think that was a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
I
it works
agree.
for the show. So many times an injury you may want to hide.
I think it's a good idea. I thought it was fun.
The show. The injury doesn't have to be legit.
And yeah, I mean, it turns into a BioFlex ad. It turns into an advertisement space. I think it's a good idea.
I'm a fake announcer.
I like that's actually pretty interesting.
So whether it's legit or not, it doesn't really matter. But the injury report, yes, I think that stuff like that works. I think.
All right. Conrad's still rocking that logo on the top right. That looks like the SmackDown Live logo. Well, yeah, that's the savewithconrad.com, right? So, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Savewithconrad.com. No, I'm not leaving just yet because I want to make sure. I just didn't want to hear JBL, ponder over whether the segment was a good idea or not. You can give a really quick question. Oh, here's another good question. Eric, how do you feel about AMC? How do you feel AMC executives felt about the show tonight? Tonight, to me, it seemed very low budget from lighting, the ring, the announcer's desk, etc. Think AMC expected more. See, this is the kind of shit I want to hear Eric Bischoff weasel his way through, because he only wants to say good things about TNA, but he can't. Otherwise, he exposes himself as a fraud. Because if all he does is glaze, then he's fraudulent, right? .18 out of 10 for TNA on AMC's premiere on Cage Match. Let's fucking go. I got to see this with my own eyes. Here, we'll put the voiceover on.
And utilize it to its potential.
Eric, I'm going to put our buddy John on the spot here. John, I got to ask, are you going to be on the injury report? I was scrolling social media.
Oh my God, who cares? See? Again, they're talking about shit that doesn't matter. You want to see what they're showing? Here we go.
That's the first bump I've taken in 16 years. And what I found out was taking the bump was easy.
All right.
Up was damn near impossible. So I had to speed it up. And I think
all right.
some AI on that thing and gave me a big belly. And
all right.
I'm not sure he did that, but it had to be AI.
That's awesome.
Well, John, do you want to tell us where this is all?
Well, there's still no rating on Cage Match.
The ropes, we see you taking a bump. I mean, some guys play golf. What the hell are you doing, John? Where's this going?
There's still no rating.
I'm just having fun. I'm having a ball. I was down in OVW with Jody Malenko, who's Carl Gottsch's #1 student, and we were down there doing some training with some clubs and Persian clubs, like the old Sheik used to do. I love the training stuff. I just couldn't resist.
All right. Oh my God. Crazy. I really want to see. Okay. They have to ask Conrad has to pull out the #2 question. He has to pull out the #2 question next. He has to do it. He has to do it.
To announce here today, because lots of people have been wondering since somebody took their podcast back. Hey, when's JBL coming back to podcasting? And I'm excited to announce it's happening later this month. Hit the subscribe button right now. Have more money now.
Oh, brother. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. JBL with a money-making podcast on the Conrad Network. Holy fucking balls. Incredible stuff. It's just incredible. Something. Do not take this man's advice. No, don't heart this. And his first guest is DDP. Oh, anyway. Grifter's going to grift, baby. Con men are going to con. That's all there is to it. All right. Ask the question, Conrad.
Stole it from me. He got it back.
Oops.
This is an idea that you and I both had. And I think, I'd love to have Eric on to talk about business. He's done so many great things in business. But, I was talking to
business. Want to talk Eric's big Bischoff to come and talk about business. He did so much great business.
You need to buy silver. And he has a safe full of silver.
I'm sure Eric Bischoff would like to know how to get more money. I'm sure he'd be really into that.
So that's a pretty cool thing. A lot of these guys out there are really sharp guys who are doing really good things with business. Some have real estate,
Business.
some have businesses, some have a lot of different stuff. We're going to tell people how they got into it and what they're doing. And these are some pretty entertaining characters we have.
I'm
When I,
excited.
when I heard about this today, Conrad told me about this afternoon.
This is such. How come we can't see the? Why can't I see the number of live viewers? Does he hide it? I didn't even know you could hide it. Oh, sorry. There's 601 people watching this right now. 601 people listening to these people talk about their podcast and say, "Oh, Conrad talked to me about this earlier today," and dancing around the actual analysis of the pay-per-view and whatnot, or the pay-per-view, the show. 600 people.
You may have wondered a long time ago, hey, whatever happened to...
And I struggle to get 30. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate every one of you who show up. It's just sometimes I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. What am I doing wrong?
Right now, anywhere you enjoy podcasts.
Like, they've been running this ad read for like 3 minutes now, right?
We've got the best project ever. We've got a couple of great comedians, been on SNL and world-class comedians.
Oh my God, they're still talking about it. What is this?
It is a lot of fun. It's got man on the street stop stuff. So we do have some interviews, but there's going to be some recreations. There's going to be some incredible stories, but it's a complete different way to look at wrestling, the wrestling business, and the people that are in it. We've had a lot of fun already filming a bunch of this stuff.
You guys have so much fun. This is awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Well, John, we appreciate all the time tonight, man. This was fantastic. I love talking about TNA with you. Before we let you go, at the end of the night, I'm going to put you on the spot. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle. What do you think about the TNA debut on AMC?
I'm going to give it a thumbs up because the people that are
Fuck off.
and, the legacy
Completely bought and sold for.
to do with Eric as well, and I agree with him about the comments.
You cannot in good faith give this a thumbs up. Bullshit.
And I think they're going to do a great job with it. And I thought they had
Maybe if your standards are in the toilet, sure.
We're going to pick it apart. But when you have talent like that, it's kind of hard to.
Yes, I'm still on the air, Boris. How you doing? Welcome back.
AAA this weekend, doing commentary for the AAA show that they're going to be emanating from down in Mexico. Fun group.
How about that? Check out AAA. And John, I don't know if you saw, but I saw a blurb today. AAA is going to be live on Fox in Mexico like once every 3 weeks. That's coming pretty soon, right?
It is, yes. Yeah, it's going to be live, and they got a great TV contract down there. They're hitting on all cylinders down there. I mean, look, I cannot tell you how great Jeremy Borash and Undertaker are doing a job down there. That
Oh my
last
God.
show
And
that they had was one of the best shows I've
Undertaker,
seen in
right?
years. I just
The
thought
great
that was
lucha libre
incredible.
expert,
Incredible
Mark
crowd.
Calloway.
It's like the sleeping giant. You always say one day it's going to
It's
awaken.
insane.
Brother, it has awakened. You've got incredible talent down there, and they've given them structure around the WWE type structure of product developing, and the production quality and the things that go with it. And
He's saying this as this is a good thing. He's saying this as if it's a good thing.
He is a fun heel to watch. But there's so many guys down there that are fun to watch. It's a terrific product.
Gets John doing his thing for AAA, and don't you dare miss it. HaveMoreMoneyNow.com coming your way sooner rather than later. But right now, we want to talk about Better Wilds. You know, recently my wife brought home a third dog.
All right, that's it. We're good. We didn't get the question, and I'm not sitting through another Conrad ad read. Incredible stuff. Why aren't the results? I mean, everyone's saying that the results are shit. Everyone are saying that the results are terrible. I'm very disappointed that our little stroll over there on Save with Conrad or whatever didn't produce anything interesting other than what was to be expected, as if, oh, thumbs up on TNA tonight. Fucking shameless. I am still going, but not for long. It's wrapping up. I mean, I don't know why I don't know why I'm not getting the cage match results. I don't know why I'm not getting the results. Geez, Big Japan rolled. You have to find them from, but they should be right here. What are we talking about? You have to find them from Google, not from. I'm going like legitimately on this spot, and the rating should be right there. Where did you paste it? Where did you paste it? That's the question I'm asking. Did you paste it in the chat? Because it's not going to show up in the chat. Hey, look at that. Look at that. We've got ourselves a bit of a membership bomb here. Chris and Ashley with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those 5 gifted, darling. I appreciate it. And I hope everyone else appreciates it too. Look, I clicked your link. I clicked your link. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Here, I'm pasting it. Same thing. It's probably my cache at this point. It's okay. We'll check out the results tomorrow. At this point, it's very likely the cache. Yeah, very likely. It's my cache. I 100%. If you click on the events tab, you can sort out the. Oh, that's a good point. Why is it doing that though? It's not even giving me the rating. It's not giving me the rating. I'm sorry. Oh, click TV pay-per-view on events. It's not even. I don't know what magic number y'all are. I don't know what kind of magic internet browsers y'all are using, but I believe you that it's 1.18 on Cage Match. I absolutely believe you because that's the rating that deserves to be in the toilet, right? Yeah, it is. It's 100% my cash at this point. It's fine. What if I? Let me see if I can open it. Well, I know I can't open it, but I'll try and open it in another browser. Because y'all have some magic. Even on my other browser, it's not showing up. Like I opened a completely different browser. And it's not showing up. And if I go on the card on results, I get nothing. Like, I believe you. Don't worry. I believe you guys. Check TNA profile. This is incredible what we're doing right now. And then hit results. Yeah, but it doesn't give the results for the event, right? It's the events. Oh, here we go. There it is. No, wait a second. Oh, no, that's it. This is it. 15. There we go. 1.18. Is it finally loading? No. It's This is ridiculous. But look, we got it here on the results page. 10 votes at 1.18. Just incredible stuff. Thank you for this super chat. It's fine. Like at this point, it really is my cash. And I've been clicking the link, Meggie, that you put in the Discord. It's just like, it's fine. What a fucking story this is. Quote from the first posted comment. Jesus fucking Christ, this was such a crime against humanity that I hear that Carlos Silva is now named on an Interpol notice. Oh, that's hilarious. But look, you know, this show, this TNA show was horrible. You know, I can see the rating right now. We know it was horrible. But you know what, folks? We all bonded tonight. That's the thing. Everyone who's stuck around here all evening and even for this little post-match bullshit that we're doing, you know, we bonded here. We created a strong link. The chain is stronger than ever. And I appreciate you all for showing up tonight. I will never forget this evening. We are all trauma bonded. Exactly. We are all trauma bonded. TNA. 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 Yes, we all know where we were when TNA laid an egg on television. We were all together. We were all supportive of each other. And if you want to continue that being within the support group, join the Mr. Warren Hayes Show Discord. The link is in the description. Come on in. Come. We'll continue making sure that everyone's okay. All right. If you need someone to talk to, if you're having flashbacks of Mr. Elegance, if you're having flashbacks of the Iconics versus the Ash people, the Elegance people, we're here for you. Comments for the Impact says the current rating is at 0.70. That's, I mean, folks, this was bad. This was terrible. This was really bad. This was bad pro wrestling. This was a bad pro wrestling show. I do accept all comers because we all have to be there for each other in these trying times. Oh my Lord. Well, yeah. Well, you all heard my thoughts as the show was going on. This, it was a terrible show, and I really wanted. I honestly wanted this to work out, and I was kind of hoping that TNA was going to be able to do something interesting, but TNA's just got to be TNA, man. It just has to be TNA. TNA has got to be TNA. Oh well. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up for real this time. I gotta go hit the sack. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you had a good time hanging out, sharing the very deep moments. If it's your first time here, consider subscribing. We do live streams a couple of times a week, and then there's the Mr. Warren Hayes show on Wednesdays and the AEW Dynamite review on Thursdays, such as today. The Dynamite review is out, so you can go and check that out, and then reviews and stuff. It's a fun little neat channel that doesn't require a huge time investment to get into, right? Wouldn't you say? And I'm a nice guy. We need more nice guys in pro wrestling. So there you go. It was the most time of times that it's... Oh my God. Thank you again, everyone, for showing up. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the membership bomb, Kristen. I appreciate it. Hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Go have some fun and have a great weekend. And I will see you next time. Take it easy.